It is. And happy Mother's Day. Good morning. Yeah, talk about a Pope from Chicago. Yeah, a person from Chicago becoming the new Pope this week. And I'll finish getting ready right now. Okay, that took a while, but I'm finally ready to get started here. And there's Amtrak 4 heading out. Now we're waiting for WNIN to test. While we wait, there's the collection of Amtrak trains. I believe I left off here. Is it telling me that I left off here? All right. Elbow. Ooh, we're getting there. Dowell. As in McDowell, North Carolina? Or what? Oh, whatever. But anyway, that is the Wordle for today. Now, we got a lot of stuff done yesterday in such a short period of time, so I don't really think we have anything much to do otherwise. So I gotta go back on the Comcast, and then that will be. I'm guessing that will be it then. So let's see. Oh yeah, and Happy Mother's Day too, by the way. So yeah. So so here's what we got going on today. After our lunch break, we'll follow along with the White Sox and the Marlins. And because we don't really have anything else much to get done, we're going to we're gonna we're gonna record some more songs to go onto Plainfield Radio and my offline playlist on my mobile devices. Tonight tonight will be another AFV $100,000 show, and then is May 18th going to be the grand finale. Yep. So we've got 2 more weeks left. 2 more weeks left of AFV. Tonight will be the last $100,000 show. Will be the last $100,000 show of the season. And then after that, next week will be the grand prize finale. And then I'm sure the pyramid's going to be on tonight. Yep, there it is right there. And then what about the 18th? Well, no pyramid next week because Idol's finale is going to be extended. And then what about after that? Then it'll be just a marathon of AFV repeats. So it looks like for now this will be the last. So for now it looks like this will be the last time we get the pyramid, but we'll have to see if they're already marking it as a season finale. Yep, I went ahead and fixed it, so now it's working properly. Well, that failed. So yep, there's the notification of the first of a few premieres today. Yeah, I think this is where I left off. Just a 8-minute collection of Amtrak trains that he's got this year that he's seen this year so far. All right, now to put in the. Actually, let's put the Comcast in next. I mean, yeah, I was surprised when I saw CRTV relay a St. Louis product that wasn't even. Yeah, St. Louis product that wasn't even valid anymore. Like the product had already expired. It even mentioned a tornado. Oh yeah, the Tropo. Yeah, not any Tropo at all. How KC 74 managed to come through? Yeah, that was indeed quite crazy. Evansville, but yeah, you got Central Indiana. Oh. On the main transmitter, all the way from southeast Missouri. Yeah, all the way from there. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And if we look at today's risk, I see there's a slight now for Montana for sure. So I'm gonna get those put in before I go on my lunch break here. Here's the marginal for day 2, and then day 3 looks like nothing right now. But then here's the day 5 he was just talking about. See right there, 15% for pretty much all of Illinois, all of Indiana, and lower Wisconsin, southeast lower Michigan. Yeah, southwest Michigan, and parts of eastern Missouri and eastern Iowa too. So that is going to be quite an event. Yeah, I saw the 90s on there myself. Yeah, it showed 91 for Thursday for a few days, but now it's showing 89. All right. So let's still piecing the stuff from last night together.
a.m. Alabama, western Dale County in southeastern Alabama.
All right. Looks like that thing at 5:35. I'm gonna have to retake it. All right. Looks like that thing at 5:35. I'm gonna have to retake it. All right. I think that was much better than before. All right.
Coming up, it's lightning fill in the blank. But first, it's the game. You have to listen for the run. If you'd like to play on air, call or leave a message at 1-888-WAIT-WAIT. That's 1-888-924-8924. You can see us most weeks right here at the Studebaker Theater in Chicago, or you can catch us on the road. We'll be in Des Moines, Iowa, July 10th, and in Penguinwood, Western Massachusetts, on August 28th. For tickets and info about all of the live shows, head on over to nprpresents.org. Ira Whitley, that last word or phrase correctly, and two of the limericks will be your winner. Ready to go? Sounds great. Here's your first limerick.
Public transit can be quite a fuss. We're cops. Don't be bothering us. Our feet's on the street, not there by your seat, to remove smelly food from us.
Right. Police in Ireland were sent to stop a bus after a passenger complained about someone eating really smelly chips. You know the golden rule: smell something, say something. The police actually refused to stop the bus. That's because it turns out they were cheese and onion flavored chips, so they called in the SWAT team. Well, you're all public transit. If somebody does something crazy, leave them. Don't provoke them. Don't provoke them. I'm somebody bold enough to be like, yeah, I want to eat onions next to you. You need to know that they're risking it all. It's amazing. All right, here is your next limerick.
The flight crew is silently creeping while the cleaners are wiping and sweeping. We won't disturb guests as they're getting some rest. We just leave them behind if they are
Sleeping. Sleeping, yes. According to United Airlines, there's an alarming rise in accounts of sleeping passengers left on airplanes after their flight has landed, because who hasn't just gotten done with a cramped 5-hour flight and thought, but I'm so comfortable. This 15 minutes, please. Everybody have to get on the plane and stand up before we land. I know. Going. Flight attendants promise going forward they'll be extra diligent and wake up passengers, in the traditional way, running into their elbows hard with the drink polish. All right, here's your last limerick.
when the next Golden Globe will be broadcast, all home studio people applaud fast. Now basements with mics will see a big spike because the Globes have a prize for best
Podcast. You know that they've always marketed themselves as the wildest award ceremony in Hollywood. Now they're ramping up the excitement by honoring the most boring art form. Top 25 podcasts of the year will be eligible for the Best Podcast Golden Globe to manage, chance for Hollywood elites like Timothy Chalamet and Zendaya, mingle on the red carpet with Michael Barbaro and the Hawk Tua girl.
All right. And that's the end of that. It is all set and done. Weather collections 295.
Let me, Shantira and Roy are tied for second. Shantira, we'll just start with you. Here we go. The clock will start when I give your first question. Full. On Tuesday, Chuck Schumer called for an investigation into the issues that shut down the airport in blank. Right. On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve voted to keep blanks steady. The Constitution. No, not it.
The Owensboro Bridge.
This week, the House GOP passed a bill Well, after Chat GPT told her that. On Monday, membership of based dining company Blank filed for bankruptcy. The Weight Watchers. Tuesday, Abu Dhabi was announced as the location for Blank's first new theme park to be built in over 20 years. Yes, this weekend, tourist in the Philippines was bitten by a crocodile and explained he only entered the crocodile's enclosure because Blank. No, he entered because he thought the crocodile was fake. He said the man mistook the 15-foot reptile for a statue, clambered over the chain link fence, and waded into the shallow water as he took out his cell phone. A selfie. That's a lot of work for something that's supposed to be doing. That's true. That's interesting. It's a disaster, whereas the crocodile said it almost worked.
Total of 8, and she is now in the
Here we go, Roy. From the Blank. On Thursday, President Trump announced a new trade deal with Blank. We are very good. Yeah. Okay. On Tuesday, the Supreme Court allowed Trump's ban on blank use to be put forward. Transgender, that's right. This week, the U.S. surpassed 1,000 cases of blank. Right. On Thursday, scientists discovered a genetic mutation that allowed some people to thrive on just 4 hours of blank. Right. This week, a man in Britain was shocked when he opened his bag of potato chips and found blanket substance. Little bitty. No, just one really, really big chip. Cast members touring production of Les Miserables said they would boycott performance at the Blank. Right. On Thursday, NASA warned that a Soviet era blank would likely fall to the Earth this week. Soviet space. Yeah, spacecraft. After sending in a helicopter to rescue a man who got stranded while climbing Mount Fuji, rescued workers in Japan and saved him again 4 days later after he landed. He did. Scaled the mountain again because he left his phone behind. Even worse, when he was being airlifted out again, he was like, "Hey, thanks. Why you guys got my keys, right?" I was going to it. I was pretty well. I just very
slated. He got seven right for 14 points, giving a total of 16. And he is now in the
Then, how many does the Burbank need to win?
6 to tie, but we're not looking for ties right now.
Yeah.
7 to win.
Here we go, Lucas, for the game. On Wednesday, Prime Minister of Pakistan vowed decisive action after Blank launched attacks against the country. The Taliban. No deal. This week, the official coronation portrait of Blank was made public. King William. King Charles. Oh, according to that works. That is generally how it works. According to data, the state of Blank, Japan, becomes the world's 4th largest economy. The state of California. Right. Months after zoos in China were caught feeding dogs black and white, claiming they're pandas, the tourist attraction they're Blank. Put up a sign that said, "Our alligators are very real." No. The tourist attraction just stayed at the top of the small hill white and said, "Mount Fuji." Did they put the guy up there? I hope so. On Wednesday, streaming giant Blank announced it was testing a TikTok-like vertical video mode for phones. Netflix. Right. On Monday, Simone Biles, Holman Domingo, and other celebrities attended the 2025 Blank Met Gala. Right. This week, a man in the UK was arrested for riding the train without a ticket on the way to Blank. The Giant Potato Chip Festival. No, 6 charges of riding the train without a ticket. Oh, hell. UK's most notorious fare dodgers. Thanks to this new charge, he now faces jail time as part of Britain's 37 strikes and your own policy. Also, did you
got 4 right, 8 points, total of 12. Boy kicked everybody, but
this is one of the Moscow's analysts to predict what will be the new Pope's first official edict. But first, let me tell you more that the boyfriend of the NPR station and indeed committed to giving God visibility Canada with certain jobs feature. Learn more at Indeed.com/NPR. Workday is an HR and finance platform for forward thinkers dedicated to propelling organizations, workforces, and industries into the future. Workday is moving business forever forward. And Easy Cater, designed to help organizations order food for meetings and events from nationwide network.
Let's see if Zephyr number 6 came by yet. Yep.
Leverage our public against an answer to false statement. Sure management is the whole thanks to the staff and crew. As we speak with you, those are things I've heard of but check the mill, Miles Norboth, and Lily and Kay. Special thanks to Muhammad LG. And Peter Quinn, and that's a name that I haven't heard in a long time. As our vibe curator today, we say, our Henderson. Time with us is come to an end. Hannah, we cannot thank you for the laughs and candy that your mom sent from your home in Canada. If some things get bad, we might ask you to smuggle some lumber across the border. And if things get really bad, we might ask you to legally adopt us. Technical passion for our shows from Lorna White, our CFO is Colin Miller, our production producer, Robert Newhouse. Our senior producer, Ian Chillock, and the executive producer, What We Don't Tell Me, is Mike Danforth. Now, panel will be the first edict of Robert Prevost, now known as Pope Leo the 14th. Yay! Luke Burbank, ketchup on a hot dog is now a mortal sin.
Then Dylan Dixon, he's going to make Carmi from the Bear a saint and now confessions. You have to say to be Hail Marys and his death.
Any of that happens, stand over and ask you. Wait, don't tell. You know, Luke Burbank, Derek Jackson, the Roy Blood Champion. Thanks to all of you for listening to us on SPCPlainfield.
All right, we'll flip this over. All right. So we're about ready to finalize this thing. I'm checking to make sure I got everything that I need. And it looks like yes, I have. So let's get this. There's still one more test to get before we end this compilation. And that's coming up right now.
Is being tested that can quickly provide warnings during emergencies. This test originates from network operations at random times throughout the week. In the event of severe weather, the test may be postponed until the next day without a severe weather. The following this test.
Yeah, that's a complete lie. They always go on Sundays at noon, and they don't postpone it. So Tuesday has no risk right now, so I was thinking about adding something in there, but I'm not going to at this time. But yeah, I'm not going to at this moment. But what we are going to do right now, though, is we're going to take our first commercial break of the day. And then when we come back, we will wrap up the Sunday test compilation, clear all the stock, and then we will get to adding some more songs to my radio network. So We have that more as our Sunday show here. Mother's Day special, I guess I could say. Whatever continues in a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. So we're about ready now to finalize the weekly test video for today. All right, what about the slight risk in Montana? Are we hearing anything about that yet? Well, let's see what the radar data looks like right now. So yeah, let's take a good look and see. It's not going to be until later this afternoon and this evening that everything's going to get started. So that's why we're finalizing it now, so that we don't have to worry about it. Okay. now onto our onto our task for today. We're gonna get some new songs here recorded. Yeah, I was having a lot of fun with the Downers Grove intro. Yep, that will be the theme that will be used for the upcoming third season of the show. And then Definition After Dark is off this week. Oh, something happened with the. Yeah, it does that every so often. Yeah, this one we don't have yet. We don't have this one yet, so we're gonna add it to the playlist. Error adding to playlist. Wheel of Fortune on the PS5.
Yep. Yes, I got it. Yep. Yes, I got it.
Oh my god. Just realized I should have put it in Do Not Disturb before starting, but oh well. Let's go ahead and get it up now.
Which is just a bit ago. A successful signer who has been most successful. So I feel like the keyboard. I don't really deal that much with this. It's the best off the screen. We got Cook and I. So nothing really. I see the fonts. You can redo some. Okay, we got Plugger. We got that's VC host services with it's covered with those 10 memory. Again, it says gigabytes. And disk is 16 gigabytes. This is processes. Maybe it's clear things processes background. Great. Okay, let's get back to here. So there is something there. It's bad. One plus something. It's a problem. It's not safe. So please don't cheat. And this always system. Those installation. Yeah. Make sure you don't connect it to the next server. If you're gonna install it, okay? Then thank you. Source. Okay. So okay, thanks to God. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, that got me actually impressed. Please, the one that's made this whole racist system. You made it so scary. It's there's same things. At this point, Spider wants to give up. No, this operating system just installation is somewhere, just like mentioned during the installation. I hope I actually recorded the installation. I did. I'm not gonna show it because it just installation some weird five, which is just I feel like go ahead, explain what that is. Slowly. I indicated big tornado. Those in downtown Fort Worth are sheltered. Had 10 minutes to get into shelter. Now, it appears it's we can teach it. We can teach it the light. Jump. Section to the right, all the way up, piece of line. Medicare. We can teach you the light. Jump. We can teach you the light. Jump. City like all the way up. So like gotta get her. We can teach them to like jump through the thing.
Alright, that's one.
She, I was gonna say, is she too big? So not in like a chunky way, but like she's just jacked in a way. She's really strong, actually. It's intimidating.
Step up. See if you can get her like all the way up.
Okay, so like,
Gotta get her. We can teach him to like jump through the hoop.
That's great. Alright, what else? This one I would like to get onto PLD as well.
It's time to go to school, and we don't want to make it.
Just about 10 minutes ago, at least, that's when I heard the loud crash.
I heard the crash as well. We all did. I was in the classroom at that time.
As it's still happening, and the eventually Mr. Williams finished, it will be happy. Let me play the footage. What do you mean that's not you? Do you see? That looks like you. Are you serious? You've seriously vandalized the institution for this. You have used me as a disinformation that they things.
I'd be anything. Hello, this is the Williams little sister speaking. Is this Jocelyn's mom?
Yes, this is another Jocelyn. But anyway, how can I help you?
The school principal expelled my big sister for destroying the laboratory area while she was at the class the entire time. What if you should check the footage of your house? If you found out that Jocelyn impersonated her or something else, you will send the video to Mr. Will. Do you understand?
Don't worry, sweetie. I will let you go. Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. Bye. Not to worry about that, big sister. Her mom will investigate that situation.
Well, let's see the footage before it happens.
Yay, I got the Go Animate magical book. Now it's time to turn myself into Marino, then change my voice to Julie. Go Animate Logic. Go Animate Logic. Turn me into Marino Okura, then change my voice to Julie. Go Animate Logic. Go Animate Logic. Activate.
This can't be true.
Is this working? Yay! I turned myself into Marina and changed my voice to sound like her. Now it's time to go to school.
Wait, what? I can't believe Jocelyn just turned herself into Marina and then changed her voice to sound like her. That's it. I will send this video to Mr. Well.
Principal Eric, I was thinking this over, and there is no way to get fined because I am going to prove to you that Marina's cameras in the classroom. I'll later look on Jocelyn will send that video to me.
Okay, let's open up the box of items. We'll animate logic to work like her. Yeah.
Yes. She will be so ready for this. Goodbye. Jocelyn, 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 Jocelyn.
Get over here, right? No, 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 no.
What is it, Mom and Dad?
Oh, Jocelyn. I can't believe you got Marino expelled because a bunch of men.
I have had absolutely enough. You're grounded, 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 grounded until Marino graduates. Grounded, 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 until Marino graduates. Go to your right now. So
What the heck? These are just weird things I'm finding. Alright, before we move on to another one, let me switch the account because I realized I forgot to back something up. No, not here. Oh, it's checking right now. It's probably not even going to find any claims at all, so might as well just back it up now. And then here's yesterday's video. Save it to here. Alright. And no claims showed up. Good. Alright, so that video is finalized now. Let's go ahead and it's a random demo. We don't need it. Alright, so now to highlight everything and delete it. Okay. Those 835 things are gone. I'm going to go to iMovie and delete.
Okay. 1:36 p.m. Sunday evening, ending at 1:36 p.m. Monday, May 12th. The Virginia State Police has issued a missing person notice of alert on behalf of Fort McAdams Military Police Department on the 11th, 2025 of 2:30 hours. The Fort McAdams Military Police Department is looking for the lachees Ariel Carrington, lab, male, 18 years old, 6 feet tall, 175 pounds, with brown eyes and black hair. He was last seen on May 10, 2025, at 17 o'clock hours, on Fort McAdams in Prince George County and may be in the company of an Valentine. He may be possibly wearing a blue soccer shirt and green shorts. The missing person has been diagnosed with autism and their disappearance poses a credible threat to their health and safety as determined by the investigating agency. Please contact the Fort McAdams Military Police Department with any information regarding their whereabouts at 804-734-740, or you may find complete information at bsp.virginia.gov/active-alert.
All right. Well, the Sunday tests have already been finalized, so I'm going to go ahead and clear everything out. This one we have a song clip of already. We just used it yesterday for the Street View video. Yeah, this one. Okay, let's start it. Okay, during all the bowling train episodes one by one. All right, that's been cleaned out. All right, that's been cleared. All right, then we can stop that. Now I'll head over to the iPhone and clear its stuff. Put those 288 items away. All right, I think we're set here. All right, delete it all. All right, those are gone. And that's that. So that's the end of that story. All right, let's go and start the next one.
Hey guys, Central Virgin EAS here. It's been a good while since I've ever posted a EAS compilation. I haven't been motivated, I've kind of lost interest in actually posting weather radio content. If I'm being honest. I've been more into scanners and these radios, basically. It's been a good while, so there was just a flash flood warning that was just a. There you guys go. Video on stage. No, that there was absolutely no.
And it looks like that's apparently is closing too. What else do we want to add? This one's the longest of the entire set. This one's an incredible 13 minutes long. Yeah, this thing is an unbelievable 13 minutes in length. It's just Law and Order. The world's shortest green light. Wow, 3.7 seconds. Amazing.
Hey, 3.7 seconds. Amazing. 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 3.7 seconds. Amaz
German Shepherd howling with wolves from Utopia. What is this? Alright, let's get ready for the songs here. The game's about to start.
So far this year, Chicago's 300 red light cameras have made $35 million. After getting a tip from the group Citizens to Abolish Red Light Cameras, the I-Team timed lights at 3 red light camera intersections. Garfield Boulevard, Lickford Avenue. 27 seconds until the red.
The two directions where you have cameras time out for about 30 seconds when the green and yellow lights combine. Drivers get 17 more seconds in the direction without a camera. You can generate a lot. In Lafayette, the cameras making their money, breaking in over $1 million in a year. 20 seconds. That's a short light.
Compare that to the shortest green light ever at 3.7 seconds. That's beautiful.
It's time for the Nathan no-hitter. The White Sox throw no-hitter today. Game Christopher Full of Wheaton, Illinois, and won a brand new 2025 season. The Nathan no-hitter for your chance to win the brand new. You're Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers at Nissan. We make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. In the outfield for the White Sox is Baldwin, Taylor, Field. From third to first, Rojas, Hydra, Sosa, and Vaughn.
Here's one we haven't done yet.
In order for your White Sox today. First ball was followed him, and then Michael B. Taylor. That's nice. Pitching today for Miami, Sandy Alcantara. 2-4 record in ERA at 8.42. Yeah. The former Cy Young Award winner has had some struggles. 30 balls down the heart of the plate. Let's hope that's the case today. Cortez behind the plate with Wagaman in left, Sowers in center, Sanchez in right. From third to first, Norby, Edwards. The number 5 is Murphy. The umpire rotation. Bill Miller in the crew chief at home plate. Chad Fairchild at first base. Lucas Young in second, and Roberto on E. The third base was 5. The White Sox represented by Reed, a top 40 winner in America, proud to celebrate 25 years of baseball with excellent experience. A 7-minute process. Rate. Make your home buying journey simple. It's free. Rate. Your home team in the game.com. If they get to the ball at a 824 is right for the take on the range. This week in the first 15,000 fans in attendance. Well, the day is 1914 baseball world shirt. Presented by Coca-Cola. Take advantage of one of our beer offers this season for Las Vegas. This year, to select games starting at $19 to fill a light baseball and food. Less than 21 over with a valid game. right, we're ready to get this one into the day. I've got a special joining me. And I've done this before in the past, back in the day of the TV booth. Michael Huff is joining us this afternoon. Michael, thank you for joining us on such a special day. Happy Mother's Day to you all. Thank you, Steve. It's good to see you and hear you all the time. Doing these fun dancing clinics with these kids, but yeah, you and Glenn, happy Mother's Day. Totally agree for those moms, grandmoms, great grandmoms. Thank you for all your love, all you've done for your kids. Yeah, Michael is, if people aren't aware, the director of youth baseball for the White Sox, full-time employee of this ball club and has been for a lot of years, does other things as well. He does some work for the Big Ten Network, still got his finger in the game.
We've got.
He's here to help out today. So we're about to get this away, and unfortunately the White Sox came up a little short last night. 3-1 loss to these Marlins after taking the first game 6-2. So this is the rubber match of the 3 games here at the rate.
Well, that will decide who wins the series. So that's what this game is deciding.
We're ready to get this one away. Xavier Edwards is standing in. Corners plate up on this beautiful day here at the ballpark. Here's a
So you can see he's manually inputting FIPS codes. Alright, let's find it. I think she might like this one, so.
The 1-1 and slips down and able to slide a Mickey. Yeah, I can't believe he did. So you that one? You gotta find those spin. Missed the strike zone. Yeah, we should have put the case. Gotta be happy if position just like that, but gotta get this first guy out. Man stands in with the 3-2 count. Gives a swing to foul. Just so hard. Down on the analyst on the radio for the moment gave a little lead to the right to see if that was coming in. But that's okay. Edwards called timeout in this advance. And it's 2:53 on the year. No home runs, 10 batted in, 10 stolen base, playing of the series. Here's the 3-2. Start saying, we can keep coming to the other side and get the stuff on the sideways policy instead of the plate. All the time, it's a little bit inside. Sanchez, Super 7 in the series. That's all. Total bases is last. And in it, it's off the first page. Edwards. I'm feeling stuff. Sanchez. Twenty have a home run, 7 back time. Leading for Edwards. He goes, and there's a bit outside on this. Body drop and a on the foot of Edwards. And that was picture perfect. Fast on the outside part of the plate. Fast jumping up a bullet right through the base, right to the push side of the base. Able to get that guy right on the edge of the and the White Sox team. Games now sent a couple of potential games here. It was breaking in the top of the bridge and all the bridge again now with one box. Because there was that kind of false display with his first. Here's the one. There's 2 fouls just right there. There's others are looking here. They can all those stuff that is two only the picture that you know, just like something that you do.
They're soft.
can't get. They don't love the crazy. Because you know, you kind of live everything on you don't find it right. So the 3 and 2 then yeah. Look off the crazy don't stay the run really good time. There's the one in the easy here. Taking it a bit on the ball at the lead, you know, for the 2 here in the third. But even the first inning, I think it's so fast. You think the constantly throw ball, that's great to see it. Big thing for him to be small early in the game. There's a problem if you start early this year in the first. So when they get around the mirror, he stands in. Fastball right there, hold it right. 5 balls. Right in the low side. They're going to walk up the water. 8, 9. Third base, well, so handle that. There's all into him to give a mirror. Anyway, the first hit is brought to you by Mr. Finance. So well, to start and by the Brandon Mr. Finance.com. That's the first hit of our game, and it was a 1-2-3 in the end with a toss stealing 3 up, and finally 3 down on the first inning, and 2 up for the White Sox. My drop, Real Hot. Well, this is the Hard Casino, White Sox Radio Network. Deals are happening now. From instant savings on select tools to free battery offers on some of our most popular battery tool sets. You can enjoy great deals and do it all with Steel. Shop online or in store at your local Steel dealer. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last. Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose fees, right? Try to navigate the options and make the best decision for yourself and not go in this alone. Hey, I am Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and help people across Chicago. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go. Grills. And during our spring and summer sale, you can save up to 5 years special price or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery, lowest price. See store for details. Don't forget, your barbecue headquarters, all the best footprints in one roof. Come in and see us or visit us online. American Sales, bring the fun home. Hey, birthday for Chicago. You're really getting great confidence. This is the Hard Rock Casino, White Sox. Dealt 4 after a half of an inning from the Reed, and the White Sox send up 8-5 off against Danny Alcantara. Make the first pitch fastball right down the middle of the home plate. He might have liked that halfway to that with a location right there. Got quickly back to work. Here's a hot man. It's like it is. The left field. Great. Like you said, great effort by Norton. Barely got the ticket as well out of it. That's the way they speak. Stealing. Nice is like, hey, it's over game. I can buy with press. Sugar team tied with White Sox debit card. Here's a high fastball for ball 1. Enjoy it. My trust. Penalty Linder. Drop of an absolute first base. Up for set. King comes the baseball. And ball. This way. Game in Kansas City. So drinking 1% of the ball. And home fan, And you find out they off the first base and I off the back, standing without a tag, by Mervin. Then you right about change up the pretty so we got to figure out the point. It's like that everybody was practicing. Trip that. Here's the new one. Inside slider misses like quite a bit to count 3-1 in favor of the left-handed batter. Four hitters are setting up outside that ball. And then she got to that one, but so far. He's the count 3-2. 96 miles an hour sinker, and he had hit up to 99 miles an hour with the fastball. If my drop is also the races, he is not committed to pitch all the strike 3 on the curveball, eight down the middle on 3-2. Throw for that one. Unfortunately, great pitch. Again, confidence in all of your pitches when you're eight and one value. That's just really throw that upper 90s. You can trust your curveball and changeup they come. Yeah, you would think this is the kind of day where you can.
What else could we do? I was deciding on this one for a while, so.
I take one just low for the 22 in the season, 8 and an 8. 3 in the series. We're going to pick up a couple more. Like to get the rhythm hitters as well. And all of a sudden, my pitcher's looking at first, taking his time. Get up. Make sure you're banging it. Here's the pitch. Rocket foul just at the first base camera well off the back screen and back to the field of play. The count 2-2. But he back to 2022 for Alcantara. He didn't count that year for the Marlins with a 2.28 earned run average when he won that spot with an award and a whip of .98. Ooh, great. 2-2. The catcher Fortes and keeps the runner right there at first base. Will now be on the move on the 3-2 count with 2 outs.
Which one do we try now? It's this one. And I believe here comes Borealis now. Alright, let's find another song to try. I've had this one on the backlog for a while.
Warm or cold?
Right off the end of the bat, you put a good swing on it and it paid off. And some work to do. This is outside. That's at 94 miles an hour on the speed gun, brought to you by Xfinity. The Wi-Fi is booming. It's seriously powerful. First, checks the runner at second. Takes up his target. Here's the pitch. Another one, same location. The 85 up the outside. Tower is 1% in the series. At one, a home run. Whoa.
Let's add this one now.
Here's the 2-1. Next open outside, Ravens both showing a little signs of frustration by looking toward the sky after that one. I'm told that it's over the best front shoulder, so it's that ends up typically ends up all the eyes go to the inside part of the plate. Later, Harlan, get the upper deck. Go to 3-2. Okay, first ball, fourth one. And let's see what we got right here. Tail hit. The side, the straight, again, back over, and on to the start to recognize that we feel so we look here for the start on for the second inning.
general questions. If you give us like show together. That's really pretty.
Yeah, that's really all the songs I can think of at the moment. But we do have some catching up we gotta do, so let's get to that now. All right. So I went back on all those products. I'm going to throw these in. A Little Joe's homemade beef. I want to actually see what that place is. Yeah, let's see what this place is about. Yeah. And since we got nothing else really going on today, why don't we just why don't we just why don't we just tour a bit around Chicagoland and see, what kind of cool restaurants there are. But before we get to that, has the builder gone through a Accountable Walk yet? He already has.
First afternoon is over. 4 innings of work gave up 1 run on 4 hits.
See how terrible this sounds. So they got burgers here too. What is this? A yawning cow? Is that a yawning cow? That's what it looks like to me. 1970. That's when this place was established. 1969. Wow. I just wanted to try it with that station, see how terrible it sounded. Yeah, because to me it sounds terrible. All right, that is all that we need to see. Okay. All right, then let's get back to looking around here. Well, actually, before we do that, I have to get this ready for when we're yanked offline.
Did that one in 24 in the series. Picked up a walk last time up and he grounded the third. The 0-1, right across the knees, the Baker, and
And I'm going to do what I should have done. And I'm going to do what I should have done last week. And that is to turn on the VPN so that way the station can continue operating while its data is secure. So we're gonna try that this week and we'll see what happens. Hopefully it comes out good. Let's see what other restaurants we have. Here's a Bona. That is the Bona Beef in Countryside. That is not the Bona Beef in Oak Lawn. It kind of looks like it, but it's not. How do you like your Bona? Hot or sweet? Cheese? Red gravy? Dry original or baptized? I don't know what this is. Probably just a picture of the employees. Beefography. How to make Chicago's original Italian beef. So it looks like Bona is another. I don't think it's really a national chain. I don't know if there are any other Bona beef locations elsewhere. Let's see if there's any outside of Chicagoland. Nope. So it looks like Bona Beef is a local chain. They're just like Portillo's. They are local. They only exist in the Chicagoland area. And there's the only Bona in Northwest Indiana. But then the other Bona is a pizza. And then the only other Bona is a pizza parlor in Indianapolis, which is not tied to Bona Beef in any way. So that's good to know. What's this? Freddy's Frozen Custard. I've never seen this place before. Ooh, they got some highlights of pictures showing off some of their menu items. Here's one with their cheese curds and a burger. I think you get a choice as to whether whether you get cheese curds or fries as a side. Yeah, you can see they got cheese curds. Here's a look at what they got. Here's their create your own side. This is what the bag looks like. The lazy dog. I don't think I believe I heard my mother told me she went here recently, but I haven't been here yet. I haven't been here yet to this place. I haven't tried it. I have not tried it yet either. So that would be. Why am I being directed back to that Bona pizza? Why is Comcast so late when it comes to that kind of stuff? Oh, I don't know. Let's continue. What other places that we got? There's the Bricks that's still here after all these years. I mean, I didn't get to tell you much about this place, but I think it's been a while since we. I'm guessing since we talked about it. So now, anywhere between. Let's see. So let's see. Somewhere in the ballpark of 2018 and 2019. Yeah, somewhere around that ballpark. So 2018 and 19. So saying something like my like early teenage years. Let's see. I think it was like what 15 by then. Um, Let me see. So I turned 10 in 2014, and then I was only 14 by then. I wasn't old enough yet to be by myself, whether it's at home or somewhere else. But yeah, during that time when my father was on his way to his second job over the summer, that's the embassy, the Granite City, right off of I-88. In fact, just recently, was it the first season or was it season 2 of Downers Grove? Well, one of those seasons, probably the first one, most likely. Now, we actually decided to have dinner here. And to be honest, I have never had dinner at this place. At this restaurant, I have never had dinner here. Never. So it was pretty amazing to be here eating dinner, while getting a look around. Can't remember if it was yeah, I think it was a Monday. Yeah, I think it was a Monday we had dinner here because by then I was on my way back home. So, um, yeah, I think my father was called in on special assignment, and then my mother would come and pick me up. I think we've had this happen twice throughout the time. The first time around, we had dinner here and then headed home. And then the second time around was what happened in the past, like I had just mentioned. So, not that far from here is the bricks. Now that I think is their new logo. If we go back to 2018, yeah, you can see that's the old logo. So you can see that's the old bricks logo. Now, we've actually came here to this place almost regularly. Yeah, almost regularly around that time frame. And you can see a lot of things have changed since we were over the years. Now, I'm sure that's been there. Now, that TV here was actually playing, what was it, the Blue TV Game Shows channel? Or Game Show Central? Whatever it is. As it was playing old episodes of 25 Words or Less. But of course, the newer ones was already airing on our stations at the time. So, and this was actually the seat we preferred, since we got a good view of the window. But then, of course, we change seats around every now and then. And this is not the soda machine that was here. This was not the soda machine that was here when we were there originally. It was actually more of a TouchWiz based machine. I believe it was TouchWiz based. Now, that's not the first time I've actually seen something like that. There was actually a second one at the Canlin. This is Canlin Sports in Romeoville, and it's actually in this concourse here. This is 2018, so I don't know if it's still there or if it's anywhere visible in the shots. I Yeah, I didn't think it would be anywhere in the shots. Yeah, I didn't think it would be anywhere in the shots. But just down that hall was a larger version. It was actually a Coca-Cola vending machine that even had the advantage of having a few games on it. Well, actually preloaded into the machine. So Let's see. There was I think I remember a few of them that were on there. There was a memory game and a pinball game. Those were the two that I remember the most out of that. No, yeah, that was a pretty exciting. I think it was around the time when was it Owen or was it? I think it was mainly when Owen was playing hockey and we went to his games. But then here's one that we went to a few months ago, the Yard House. Ooh, I like the front. I mean, with all the colors and stuff. There's the front of it. There's some steak. That's there. Menu options. This is their sliders. And of course, I had to get the cheese curds. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, they had a pretzel. Let's see. Let's look at their menu. And this is their full menu here. So we'll just go down the list. This is appetizers. There is a tower of onion rings. I believe we got that as an option. Wisconsin fried cheese curds. That was another option. Yeah, missed a Miami warning from yesterday, but yes, I did get it, as I've said. What is going on here? So yeah, I had the cheese curds and the onion rings. And of course the prime burgers. And then I think we had some dessert after that. It was some chocolate fudge cake. Here's another one. This is Charlie's cheesesteaks. Here's just a look at the front. There's a small box of fries. Is there Sweet Street, Sandy's amazing cookie. Just one cookie in that pack. Here's their mozzarella sticks. Quench. Yes. As in quench your thirst. I don't think we've had this place yet, but there is one going up near us, and that is Cooper's Hawk. So here's their menu. So they got pasta. They got chicken. They have seafood. And this is their wine menu. I think their menus are different each time. Or does it vary by location? It probably varies by location, but not sure about that. There's the Cheesecake Factory. We haven't had any sort of food from the Putt Shack yet, but I'll see if maybe we can do that the next time we go there. I've only been there twice so far, but here's a Lurie Children's, Westchester. Oh, is that it? There's another one? Dang. Alright. Here's a pizza place we haven't been back to in a long time. I can't remember why we were here years ago, but of course I got a good shot of the racetrack from here. It's literally right it's literally right outside the door. That's literally where the racetrack is. And then um, this is the outside of it. That's too far. And then right here, here's Hill Grove, which we have, as you all may remember, I've been here twice, as you all know. December 26th, and just recently at the end of March. So I've only been here twice so far, but you know, I would love to go back again. And maybe the next time we should maybe get an outside patio so I could hear the natural sound of the locomotives, because it was such a shame that I didn't get to hear it as good as I thought it would be, but well, yeah, as good as I was hoping it would be, but as I said, it would have been nice, but unfortunately that was just not the case. But you know, this place is pretty nice in its own way, so. And I, of course, do look forward to coming back again. Oh, the pretzel, yeah. That was another reason they had the pretzels. Where's the cheese curds? Do they have the curds? Hmm. Uh, I don't know if the cheese curds are in any of the shots. I highly doubt it. Well, there's their mozzarella sticks. There's a nice front of the railroad. There's the front sign, and yeah, I would really like to go back here. Maybe also try Salerno's, which apparently has burgers and pizza together on their menu. But I gotta say, the Hillgrove shot was by far the best because, as you all saw in the second video, I got a good shot of the crossing signal. But someday I would like to go back to this crossing here and relive the good old days. But such a shame that's not a Type 1 anymore. That's a Type 3 now. I enjoyed the Type 1 e-bell better. But there is actually, and I just found that, and I actually found this out too. There's only one Type 1 e-bell left on this entire racetrack, on this whole stretch of the racetrack. Here's Harlem, the only crossing on the BNSF system that has a Western Colin Hayes e-bell. That's the only one. And it's this signal right here. The only one that still has a General Signals Type 1 bell. No other crossing on the racetrack hasn't. All the others are either all the other bells now are Type 2s and 3s. That's really the only other kinds of bells you're going to find on the racetrack. So that's the only Type 1 left. Harlem has a Western Colin Hayes, but here's another oddball. At the Highland Station. Now, no, that bell is not there. What's actually there is a mechanical bell. Yes, that's right. They brought mechanical bells back to the racetrack for the first time in decades. In like 2 decades. So by the time BNSF started phasing out all the mechanical bells, and on the racetrack they decided to bring just one mechanical bell back. So it was pretty amazing. So other than those oddities, oh yeah, here's another oddity, not related to bells, but this is the only quad gated signal on the whole racetrack as well. This one's entirely quad gated, so let's say it's a quad setup. So those are the only oddities on the entire racetrack. And here's another oddity too. A mixture cantilever, just a cantilever and a standard gated signal setup. This is the only crossing on the racetrack that has a setup like this. The others are either all cantilever, that all the crossings either have a cantilever or no cantilever at all. But that's one other oddity. Going further past the Grange, there's another oddball crossing, and that's right here. Those pedestrian gates are separated. The cantilever and that gated signal are also separated. And there's a gateless signal somewhere. I guess not. There used to be a pedestrian signal here, but it doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, so recently that pedestrian signal no longer exists. They're been completely replaced with an underpass. And that's what has been sitting there since then. So, yeah, that's what's been sitting there since then. So yeah, that's the that's really like the whole story of the racetrack. But then there's another one down in Grove. And Downers Grove actually hosts a annual festival each year here. Padres losing 21-0. Wow. There's Capri eats coffee. Just take a look around Downers Grove and see what other Giamia. There's a Yoga 6. The shops at Station Crossing. On the other side is a Starbucks. Loyal Order of Moose. What kind of place is that? It's just a nonprofit. And then here's Forest Avenue. And then continuing further up the road, this is my spot right here. Try to get as good of a view of the crossing as I can. I mean, especially with all the trees and foliage, with all the trees blocking most of the view, but I tend to get a better view of the trains on the other side, on the second parking lot on the other side of the road. So we could actually do our adventure there if we so choose. And again, like I said, we're only a month away from it coming back for another season. And furthermore, it has still yet to be confirmed. But the good news about this is that we're getting ever so closer to that happening. I mean, there's just some final things that are being put together. Making sure that the plan and the payouts you know, are fulfilled. And then when those plans, hopefully those plans will be finalized by the end of the month. I'm hoping they'll be all finalized by then. So then we're looking at it either beginning June 2nd or perhaps the following week, which would be June 9th. So either of those 2 days, so either the 2nd or the 9th, is when Darren Grove will return for another season. But June 2nd is when the bowling train and Sorry will begin. So, and yesterday I finished up recording, well, editing that is. Friday I recorded the final episodes, and then Saturday I had to tape one more because it didn't record it right yesterday, the previous day. So I got those all in there and are all set and ready to go. So it'll run from the beginning of June to mid-October. So you'll get a good. So you're gonna get a good 4 months of episodes. So 100 episodes over the course of 4 months. That is a very good amount of time. That is some good amount of entertainment waiting for you all. And furthermore, the season finale of the Bowling Train will be perfectly timed with the final episode, with the release of the last nostalgia episode, which, as I've said, I'm looking to begin taping footage for it tomorrow. And depending on how I feel, I might end up going ahead and taping more pieces of footage for the episode. End up taping more footage for the show. So, first up, I'll start with putting Windows 11 on my old Dell PC. Then I will begin the process, sort of see if I can put Windows. Well, I'll just start with that and then wait till the summer when I get other PCs, if I do. Dang.
Take the lead here in the part of the sixth inning. Contra, 101 pitches thrown. On that last one, he paid dividends. Sure, and first hit now. The person that got the ball. Period. Baldwin. Baldwin's over 2 after that. Take anything. Bunt, hit, out. That was just exciting. 4-1 the Sox lead. There's a foul on the plate. Contra had been really battling the game long. He's had base runners on. He has not had a 1-2
As I said,
game, and this is his family is in tow as he made his debut. Here with it. Good question. You
yeah, as I've been saying, I am looking forward to bringing you the new season of that bowling show. And of course, sorry, I'm looking forward to premiering that too. So tomorrow, since it's going to be pretty quiet, I'm going to go ahead and get the footage in for the nostalgia finale. And then I'll try to see if I can do the voice lines with how different my voice is at the moment, and hopefully it'll improve over time. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and take another. We're gonna go ahead and take another.
Reason number 204 to visit the city of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway. Go to Little Joe's for homemade
All right.
meatballs and jardinere. Little Joe's, a family-owned restaurant for 55 years and counting, and is a countryside must-try. Chicago dogs, Italian sausage, and much more. What more could you ask for in a neighborhood staple like Little Joe's? Stop in today at the corner of LaGrange and Plainfield Road, or check them out online at littlejoesbeef.net. Little Joe's, where everybody knows everybody.
All right. So we're gonna take another commercial break here. All right. And when we come back, we are going to. I guess we're gonna see. I guess we're gonna. I guess we're gonna see what we can do. So we'll be back here very soon. All right, welcome back, everyone. And that was actually it. Wow. I thought my logger was going to take everything, but apparently it didn't. It apparently didn't even take anything. Thought the VPN was going to help, but apparently not. So there we go. All right, let's get the weather scan back up. Go to the next song and reload. Go to the next song. Reload. There we go. Okay. We are going to get back to playing catch up in a little bit. But this was the last thing it took. So yeah. All right, now where were we at before we went to break? Oh yeah, we were looking at the we were looking at some restaurants across the Chicagoland area. So yeah, and the battery in the lawnmower is dead. So we're taking some time to charge it, and then when it's all fully charged, we'll take another break, and I'll have to go finish up mowing the lawn. I don't have much left too, so that's a good sign. I don't have too much left to go, so because I've already got a lot of it done. So here's the Lions Park pool with the repainted playground structure. This was shot from a metro train. Oh my god. I knew that was going to be a bad idea. Anyway. Do we have any pictures of what the original colors were? This, I think, is their splash park. This was 2016. I think that's how that play structure's always looked. Yeah, I think that's how that play structure has always looked. I wonder when this pool was built. I guess we could find out by looking at it on Google Earth. And we can go to history. And we could just zoom in on a various... This is Chicagoland in 1984. And look at how much it's grown over the years. That's as far as it lets me go, but okay. Nope, that's not the pool. That's Hinsdale. Route 83. Here it is. Outside of Clarendon Hills. So it was there in 1998. See, it was just a mushroom. I can tell right there. That actually is just a mushroom. When did they get that new play structure? So 2012 was the last year with that mushroom. And then 2013, that was when they got that new play structure in addition to an expansion. Yeah, in addition to an expansion. As you can see, that's where that pool was completed. And that's actually used as a diving board. Here's May when everything was shut down because of the pandemic. And then here's when they're all filled up. And then here's what it looks like today. So yeah, quite a lot has changed with this splash park over the years. And this crossing definitely is no justice either. Here was its previous configuration. And here's the configuration it has today. But yeah. Quite a lot has changed with Chicagoland over the years. Here's what it was like in 1993 when 294 was ongoing expansion. You can see it was undergoing an expansion. And then here's 298 when this was all done. When was 290 there? 93. It has been there. So here's 1993. There's 1998. Okay, I take back that break. So my father's gonna finish up the lawn on his own. So that's good. And I'm sure you all might remember that volcano that we were talking about a while back. My mother just brought it in to my room, and I had to move some things around so we can make room for it. Particularly my WR300, I had to move that over. Might as well turn on FMT. Might as well turn on the alarm for FMT tomorrow while I'm here. Also had to move over my Google Home, a Minecraft wallet, and that Charleston cup holder. I think I should probably use that instead of the WeatherTech. Oh well, I think the WeatherTech probably would be a better option than that. Yeah, and I didn't get too much exposure to this volcano thing on Friday. I didn't get too much exposure to it, so hopefully, hopefully this will work. So hopefully this time I'll feel a little better, but for good measure, we should just let it run all the way. And I am kind of sweating too, so I've also refilled my water bottle here up here. All right, we'll get back to the experiences in the Chicagoland area in a little bit. But before we do that, let's take a look at Amtrak number 5 and 3. Here we go. Nothing special on that. Here's the Zephyr. All right. And that takes care of that. Now we're going to get back to playing catch up. Continuing on with this. Oh yeah, here's the crossing with the safe turn type 1. I believe that's the only type 1 left. I believe that's the only safe turn type 1 left in Chicagoland. Okay. All right. The catch-up is complete. What is this? XP Service Pack 2 on a compact Prolina 575E. Will it work? Well, let's find out. Let's find out. And it's on a Pentium 3. Or is that just a Pentium? Just a Pentium. Windows 98. Windows XP Professional Service Pack 2. Virtual tour of NWS Wakefield. Okay. But we never got to see the final score of the game. We won 4-2. So we win the series against the Marlins. Next up will be Tuesday night against the Reds. So that will be our next game. Now, let's get back to what we were doing before we started playing catch up. And by the way, we will be doing Ticket to Ride at 7 p.m. and if it all goes well, this should be if the Pyramid season finale is indeed tonight, then this will be the last time we'll get to do Ticket to Ride at 7 o'clock rather than 9 p.m. Since since we will have the 9 p.m. slot open for us to be able to do Ticket to Ride at its usual time. The Foxtail, what is this place? Looks like a fancy restaurant. This is a Mediterranean restaurant. When a metro train came by. Doodly. So now it's taking stuff from Montana. Which is something it should have done. All right. So, all caught up again. Now, I'm actually not. I'm not going to be accepting this one. But here's why. So, in the town of Bemidji, which is where WBGM comes out of, there's like 5,000 people without power. So, they had to shut the service off for about an hour or two. And this test that they sent out was a sign that the services were just to ensure that the services were back online. So this isn't an automated test or anything like that. It's just a signal that it's back, that the services are back online and that my monitor is working again. So somebody reminded me of that earlier, but anyway, now let's get back to looking at some other restaurants. Here's Bob Dogs, Boss Dogs. I got it wrong. In Blau. I'm guessing that what looks to be a photo tray. So, of course, there's some hot dogs there. This is their Christmas decor. The decor they usually put up over the holiday season. I did add Salt Lake City to that, so I wasn't ready. I guess I'll keep this bar on in case anything ends up showing up. There's some fries. And there's a hot dog there. Stubborn soda. Interesting. And there's some of their drink options. Ooh, I like that. Wooden handle design. So there's Pepsi. There's the diet one. They got Orange Crush. That was another one of my favorite sodas. Tropicana Lemonade. Dr. Pepper Mountain Dew. Eat Like a Boss. Oh, yeah. Quite the marketing. And this was the place as of February. Here's the exterior. What do you have here? This is the Mexican place. That's their menu. And then looking here at our hometown, this is the Mexican place that we usually do. El Molcajete, or however that's pronounced. Yeah, these chips, they're good. Uh, Usually get the quesadilla. Yeah, quesadilla, it's good. I didn't know this was offered. It's an option. And this was what it looked like as of January of last year. And then here's some of their daily. There's their daily special. It's like a lineup of their daily special. And then so that's a good look at their daily special. I probably should make use of this now. So, so yeah, this is a good Mexican place of ours. Here's another one we haven't been back to in a long time. Crafted. So, badass wings. Ooh, yes. Yeah, we haven't been back to Crafted in a while. As you can see, a pretty neat looking place. They got the curds, they got pretzels. Ooh, they turned a sandwich into a burger? Interesting. What's this tsunami statement? Those two are in Spanish. This one's in English. So, Eastern Siberia, Russia, where a 5.3 earthquake has occurred. No tsunami threats. Okay. Now I was talking with my mother about our special Mother's Day dinner tonight, and she decided on Portillo's, a place that we have not done in a long time. I'll probably wait till later tonight to put the music together. As they just debuted a breakfast menu, so this was from previously. So yeah, I'm excited to try that, to have that again. There's another place they haven't done in a while. My mother doesn't care much for Culver's, although this is a regional chain. But I do enjoy their cheese curds. Why, of course, a Wisconsin style meal cannot be complete without cheese curds and stuff like that. So, in speed we trust. Well, that's what some of these fast food. This is great. Batter Burger Crossing. We cook our batter burgers to order from 100% U.S. raised beef and top them with fresh produce and Wisconsin cheese. Cooking your butter burger fresh to order may take a little longer, but once we bring it to your car, you'll agree that it was worth the wait. That's only at our closest Culver's. I wonder if all the other Culver's have that sign too. Let's check the Culver's closest to my grandparents. I don't know if I've noticed that sign, or it's either I haven't noticed the sign or it's not really there. Well, let's take a look. Well, this is going to be the closest angle we're going to get. Oh, yep, there it is. There's the sign right there. It seems to be in every single Culver's. So, yep, there's the sign. But that picture is from July of 2011, so not sure if that's even still there. So I don't know if that sign is even still there or not. And I can see on the new Raising Cane's, it looks like an opening date has been set. June 3rd. But let's check the Raising Cane's website and see. Yeah, go ahead and redirect me to my closest location. Hey grads, you could receive a Raising Cane's grad gift box. 3 locations near you. We're right next door. And I don't think we're that far from a Raising Cane's either. No. No, there is no Raising Cane's. Because our Gas and Watch has a Jimmy John's, not a Raising Cane's, but I mean, I am sort of looking forward to having another chance at trying that. And Billy Boys, yeah, their food is good. It is really good. I like it. Primos, haven't had that in a while, but now that it's summer again, I think maybe we should. So maybe we should check out their. We should maybe check out their lunch. Maybe we should have their lunch options again. Cause yeah, it is pretty good. And then yeah, maybe I can get lunch there, and then have ice cream as dessert. Yeah, maybe a bit of dessert at the end. And then no, that is too far. And then going back to the Western Springs area, zooming in right here. Nope, that isn't right. We gotta go down to the previous light. Here we go, at 55th Street, which was originally supposed to be the next Street View video. I see there's a question, and I was curious too about why the Highland Queen is like seasonal, but I believe if I remember, I believe I was told that it is because there's some college students that work here and go to classes in the fall and go to classes over the fall and winter like I do. So then they close up for the season around then, and then they're only open in the spring and the summer. So, but when it is open, it's always nice. It's very enjoyable. I enjoy their food a lot as well. Here's a look at the inside. This is from 2019, so some of the stuff might not be here anymore. Like that Fast and Furious Drift arcade machine. I haven't seen it here anymore. This is June of 24, so this is a little bit more current. So I'm guessing this is some of their dessert menu. And I think that's either pineapple or is it pineapple? Yeah, I think it is pineapple because I actually did get the pineapple flavor when I was there. Let's go back on the Borealis. Okay, now we just wait on the builder. And that's the last of the Amtrak trains we need to see. So anyway, yeah, this is the pineapple flavor. And I believe that's the kind of dessert I had the first time I was there. And let me be honest with you. I was literally full. My stomach was literally filled to the brim after cheese curds, lots of french fries, and a burger. That's my kind of I think it was lunch when we went there. Yeah. And I remember I was actually listening to the White Sox game on my phone because it didn't have like the radio, but that's really what a lot of people these days do. They tend to, listen to stuff on their phone rather than, rather than on an old-fashioned physical radio. A lot of people just download music from, a lot of people download music on their phone and, you know, open every day at 3. Is it like 3 p.m.? That when it is open, it's enjoyable. Here's the ice cream that's there. This is from March of 2017, so... Oh yeah, and this was before they remodeled. This was from 2014, so they had done some renovations since then. I'm not sure if this was the one I got, but yeah, this was the kind of ice cream I got when I was at Frosty Tips about a month ago, I believe. Yeah. What were we doing? What were we doing? Were we celebrating my father's birthday? I think so. I'm trying to. Yeah, hopefully the volcano being in here will help resolve me of my allergies or my I don't know. Well, we'll see. Hopefully, I'll be better tomorrow, so I can get to the the nostalgia finale stuff. Because as I said, I'm planning to get to that tomorrow. Open April 1st. They actually did open in April, so they are open now. But yeah, I am looking forward to going back to the Highland Queen for another lunch, perhaps. So that's what I'm looking forward to doing. Hillgrove Tap being another option. I'm happy that the second time around the Hillgrove Tap was much better than the first. Particularly, it was afterward, like what came afterward. I don't know if this is mentioning the new Chicago Ridge location. Let's take a look. A toast to 28 years of chicken figures. Journey to the Evergreen State. Eight new restaurants made their brand new debut. And then at the bottom of the list here, you can see there's a list of some of the upcoming new locations. So there's Commercial North University, that opened May 13th. Monroe and I-10 in California, that opened on May 20th, along with Framingham, Massachusetts. Broadway in Saugus, Massachusetts, that's going to open on June 3rd, along with 95th and Ridgeland in Chicago Ridge, that's going to be opening June 3rd. There's one coming in South Haven, Mississippi on the 10th. There's going to be one in Ontario, Ohio on the 24th, as well as in Wichita, Kansas. So a few new locations coming, and there's going to be more and more going up. Eventually as time goes on, we're going to get more and more locations. So hopefully we'll have better experiences with Raising Cane's this time when we try it for a second time. Alright. So what's happening now is I believe the dinner's on its way because I heard the garage door below me open and close while I was talking. Or something. Or while I was playing catch up or whatever. So our plan is have dinner, watch AMV, play a Ticket to Ride, get the KK test, then watch the Pyramid, then go off the air. So that's the plan tonight. Simple as that. So while we wait for dinner to arrive, let's keep looking and see what else we can find. Yeah, here's a Popeyes. I only had this once, and the only time I tried it was Christmas Eve 2021. That was the only time I had it. And I have not had this place again since then, so. Now that I'm into chicken, maybe I'll give Chick-fil-A a try. Yeah, maybe I'll finally give Chick-fil-A a chance. because I haven't had a chance to try them yet. And of course, the Chick-fil-A's are closed today because it's Sunday. It's their tradition. It's their tradition. They're usually closed on Sundays, so. And this Chick-fil-A actually has a play place. So, interesting. The Chick-fil-A and the original chicken sandwich were two separate places? That's odd. Eagle. So maybe I might. Okay. Um. Yeah, so this is their. You must be shorter than this to go into their. So this is their little. So this is their little play place. So that's interesting. So Burger King had their play place. Well, Burger King has play places. There's only one of them left that I know of in the Chicagoland area. That being Jefferson Street in Shorewood. There, the Burger King off of Weber, Normantown, and not and just a few feet from I-55. Unfortunately, that one closed. Yeah, unfortunately, that Burger King closed, and since the closure, it's been sitting. It has been sitting abandoned. Yeah, the thing has been sitting abandoned for a while, so I don't know if someday some guy from Pittsburgh is gonna make the trip down to Chicago to check out the abandoned Burger King off of Weber Road. I don't know, but I guess we'll see. But I do furthermore miss the Miller's Ale House being there, because I've kind of resonated with it being there. But at least I understand. Um, there's the Bona. I usually go to I usually go to when I'm in this town. But of course, you can tell how different this Bona is from compared to the Western Springs Bona when we were looking at it earlier. So, yeah. And every time me and my mother did go to Bona alongside Bricks, they had pizza and a burger as options. So I tried them both. So the first time I tried the pizza, and then the second time I had so the first time I had the pizza, and the second time around I had the burger. I think that is what I remember. I believe that's what I remember when I was last there. It was their beef sandwich and their collection of fries. And here's a photo from 2022. They turned 40. Here's a number tag. But then going further down 95th Street, there's the Burger King that still had the melts, so that was probably going to be the last one I was going to grab my hands on. So here's the here is the Shake Shack in on the northern side of Oak Lawn, I think. Well, north side of Oak Lawn and into Evergreen Park. It's this shopping center just off of 95th Street in Pulaski, where there used to be a Chuck E. Cheese, Kmart, and a Chuck E. Cheese, Kmart, and a Chuck E. Cheese, Kmart, Payless, and a Pet Boys, I believe. And in order, the Chuck E. Cheese closed because of the increase in crime, which seems to be a bad reputation for Chicago. The Payless closed because the company filed for bankruptcy and liquidated. And Kmart was under private ownership, and it was one of the unprofitable ones, thanks to Eddie Lampert. After Sears Holdings went under, and now Kmart is not what it used to be anymore. Now there's only one Kmart left in the continental United States. So pretty much Kmart in its original form is gone. I mean, there was only one full-sized Kmart store in on Long Island in New York. But unfortunately, as I've said, that has closed. So sadly, Kmart in its original form is no more, which is such a shame. Yeah, it's such a shame there's no more of Kmart in its original style, but I never got to visit it. I feel very disappointed I never got to check it out. If we did, it probably might have been a long time, but as far as I remember, I never got to check it out, which is which again for me is pretty disappointing. But I am very glad I got to check out the Miller's Ale House. In fact, twice before they closed. So they're talking about CP 247 and Anthrax 7 on the way. So I suppose 7 will be coming by first, and then and then CP 247 will be right behind them. So I guess then we'll just wait for those two. I was going to talk about Shake Shack here. So yeah, this was um did I have this place in 2021 as well? I think so. Yeah, I think I tried this in 2021, and I have to give this a little bit of credit. It was sort of a revolutionary, place. I'm saying when it came to ordering, making your orders and whatnot, like everything there was all digital. Yeah, everything there was entirely digital. You just place your order from the kiosk, and then you provide a number, and here's the builder, and that's the last of the Anthrax. That's the end of that, but we'll stick around for CP247, which is right behind it, as I've said. All right. So anyway, Now, I was saying about how revolutionary that that the idea of placing orders was for this particular chain. So yeah, you just place your order at the kiosk. So yeah, then you just place your order at the kiosk, and then that's actually all we need out of it. So anyway, but to the food, in regards to the food, um, like with Shake Shack, it was pretty greasy. It was pretty greasy. And what is it? And wait, what is that? Shake Shack dog bones? Interesting. So, yeah, the food wasn't the greatest, but I did enjoy it. I did enjoy my meal otherwise. So, yeah, I don't want to have a very greasy burger. So, yeah, and then smash burger. I think I found out when a burger is too greasy, then it isn't really good. Well, particularly for it isn't good for my body, or especially for anyone. But so because Smash Burger and Shake Shack, I believe, are both national chains, and this is just a generic Smash Burger. This is not the Smash Burger in Oaklawn. That is not the Smash Burger in Oaklawn either. I'll just let it all go through. I'm just gonna let that go through, and then I'll get the flash phone watch after that. So, yeah. Again, this is just a generic one. This is not the one in Oaklawn. But, yeah. I've only had this place like 2 or 3 times, and I'm not having it again. I'm not having that place again. It's an ice cream shop. Interestingly, the Dunkin' does not show up here, but in the aerial view, but it is present. Here's the interior. Looks like raisin toast or something. Oaklawn runs on Dunkin'. They, of course, got Baskin Robbins in there too. So go here for ice cream and maybe watch the trains as well. This is the correct view. Boxo Joe. I'm guessing it's for donuts and then the rest of them are just drinks and whatnot. And the other day we were talking about Andy's. I haven't been back here in a long time either. So I would really like to go back and maybe have this place again. And then here's another place I haven't been back to in a long time either. That is Jedi's. There we go. All right. So yeah, here's Jedi's. I haven't been back here in a long time. We haven't even visited here in a while because of how, not because of the food or quality, but it's because it's gotten really expensive now. I mean, with inflation and whatnot. I mean, with inflation and all these other factors, I mean, that doesn't want to make us go here again because of how expensive. But if Jedi has like a discount, yeah, then maybe we could come back here someday. But for now, it seems like it might be a done deal with that place. There's a random swimming pool if anyone cares. And then here's the Foxes in Oakland. I haven't been back here in a while either, as well. But you can see there actually used to be a Foxes in Plainfield. Yep, there's the 247 right behind it. So yeah, here's the outside of the place with an interestingly decorated sign. That was May of 2015, by the way. And then if we head back to Plainfield and look at the other side, Route 30 and 143rd Street. This actually used to be foxes, but as we can see now, why are they testing again? Didn't they literally just test like an hour ago, or are they trying to be like YCA's error where they test once every hour or something? Never mind that. Oh, there's in some ways on Apple on Google Maps you can still see the old name, but of course we know a new business has taken over the building now. So this was the foxes in Plainfield, which unfortunately did not survive the pandemic. But what was interesting about this is that there was a bit of a fountain right here. Is it done? I guess so. Okay, I'll wait for it to reply. But yeah, here's the... Yeah, we don't need it. Because it already went through in its entirety, so... That's interesting. There were little lights there on the booths. I don't think we got to sit at one of them. While it gladly picked this song, that's our cue for something like this. The question is, are we gonna be going down this way again when we head to Rochelle? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to wait till the day. Dang it. Did it stop? I think it stopped. Yep, it stopped. I don't see any IceCast crash messages. Oh, whatever. Oh well, it was fun while it lasted. Metrolink at San Fernando. Rebecca? Oh, jeez. I'll have to give that a watch. Well, I guess while we're here, here's Raging Waves, which I have not been back to in a long time. And what's this? Taco Trucks. apparently I guess the chain that's there at the gas and wash. We're outside of Raging Waves. Because, yeah, like with the gas and wash in Shorewood, each one is unique in its own way in terms of, well, of course, in terms of layout and what kind of fast food option they have. So they have slot machines here. There's a Dunkin' from the fountain, they call it. And of course, they have their own fountain drinks. And I believe this is one of those TouchWiz vending machines. Yeah, I can see because then there's the touch screen with all the buttons. Here's the taco. There's the taco stand. And then of course on the other side you have your convenience store. Of course, you have your drinks and frozen foods. And then of course this one also has hot dogs too, and they also have I guess Beggar's Pizza Express. I guess I'll call it that. I'll call it Beggar's Pizza Express because it's just a mini pizza vending machine. You know, you just get like a few slices of pizza, and then there's the prices for each kind. They got cheese pizza, sausage pizza, and pepperoni, and then you can pick up multiple slices, or you could get like a full pizza in a drink as well. There's the checkout counter. And then, of course, they have smaller bags of snacks that you might find at a grocery store, like Jewel-Osco or Tony's Fresh Market or stuff like that. And dinner just arrived. I heard the door open and close again. So, yep, dinner is here. So let me and my family enjoy a nice Portillo's dinner tonight. We're gonna take another break, and then when we come back, we'll talk about the first part of AFV if we get started in time or what. Stay tuned. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Ah, that was good. That was a good dinner. I enjoyed it. And we are just about, actually, less than 5 minutes away now from the start of the $100,000 spectacular on AFB. So at the end of the next hour, one family will be taking that final spot in for next week's grand prize spectacular. So at the end of the next hour, in just an hour, one family will win $100,000, and they will also get that last spot for next week's grand prize spectacular finale. Anyway, before the break, we were just looking at some restaurants across the Chicagoland area, seeing if there are any that were exciting or interesting, in any way. Riverview Diner, I've never seen this one. Let's see what this place is about. Here's the outside of it. This just looks like a breakfast and lunch kind of place. Yeah, it just looks like a breakfast lunch place. And then um is this the side with the train? No, I think it no, I think it's because it had already branched off by this point. Or is it on another? Yeah, here's Illinois 25. And by this point, the the train line already branches off. So, yeah, the train line already branches off by then. So, uh, Pig Dog Pub. What is this? It's a bar and grill. Pretzel bites. What do they got? Is that a slider or is that a grilled cheese sandwich? Or patty melt. Yeah, patty melt. That's right. I think it's a patty melt. Because yeah, patty melts are they have like they're almost like a cheeseburger because they got like a beef patty and cheese, but then instead of just a standard bun, instead it has toasted bread on it. So that's kind of interesting there. All right, I'll just let you watch the logger as the $100,000 spectacular is about to begin. All right, AFV's on its first break now. Let's keep looking around the area, see what we have. What else we have? Gee, I wonder. Oh, okay. Let's see what the studio is. What's with the CBS Fox opening? Alright, it's on its next break. Let's continue with this little video of sorts. All right, it's on another break. Alright, it's on commercial again. What the heck is Barney the Cockatoo up to tonight? Gee, I wonder.
Stand up, Bugsy. Gonna hold him down.
He's only
He can't
down,
get away.
alright. With his feet. With those untrimmed nails of his. Now what's he doing? Chewing the rug? I hope not.
Bad spot for nest hanging.
I hope he's not chewing the rug. That would be bad.
But now,
He already wrecked it.
ain't gonna break anything, will
I hope he's not.
It's been a little snuggle bunny.
Yeah, trying to snuggle up with that thing. I believe it's very different having a bird as a pet rather than a cute dog like that second to last $100,000 finalist.
See ya, Pugsley.
Yep. There he goes, down the steps.
There it is. It's on a focus down there, Barney. Hello. What you doing? What you doing? You listen a little tune? Down there. Oh, your egg. You've been tossing that out of there quite a bit lately. What's up with the yellow and red egg?
Yep, and that's the end of that. Alright, AFE is going on its last break. And then we're going to see who will take home the 100K. And then we'll see who takes home the 100 grand. The scent. It's so good. Okay then, so the plan is, alright, here we go. Knowledge. All of this crap. There we go. Okay. So the plan is, we're gonna do Ticket to Ride right after AFE finishes, which will be after this final break. We're gonna do Ticket to Ride. So we're gonna do Ticket to Ride right after AFE. Then we're gonna get KK, and then we'll catch up on the other stuff to finalize the Sunday video. And then after that, that should be it. Then we'll get the Monday video started as we watch the pyramid, and then that will do it. And then I believe that will do it. So yeah, that's the plan for. So that is the plan then for the rest of the day today. As for the day 3, I'm gonna wait on that. I'm gonna wait and see how the risk plays out, and then we'll see what happens. It seems like my voice is getting more and more normal now, but it's kind of going back to my 6th state a little bit. But then again, seems like if I get a bit closer, a little bit closer to it, then it would work. But yeah, that thing seems to be on a timer. So we started at like 4, almost 4 p.m. It's almost 7 o'clock now. I'm gonna go check and see. But yeah, my father did finish up the lawn as originally promised. Alright. Now let's see who's gonna win the 100 grand. And this will make up 2 for the loss on Wheel of Fortune earlier this week, I think. Or was it Celebrity? Whatever. All right. The $100,000 winner has been crowned. Ooh, Canadian National mid DPUs. Wow. Anyway, it is on to Ticket to Ride now. Let me launch that thing here. And I gotta wait for it to find it on the network. And there we go. Alright, there it is. Let's see if it's present now. There we go. Alright, let's get to the playing. So here we go. Round 1. All right. So that's going to wrap up Ticket to Ride. We have some catching up to do now. So let's go. Alright, that's where we're stopping for right now. As soon as this thing loads. There we go. It has to be this one. There we go. Alright, now back to playing catch up. Continuing from where we were. We had just done that one, so we're moving on. Alright. So I got all the clips. And this guy shut off. And no liquid's gotten onto the nightstand. Perfect. It's over. Make sure the area is clear, free of any liquid. Alright, and now I'll bring the WR 300 back to its usual spot. Put it back in its usual spot, along with the Charleston thing, this token, and this treasure chest. So I'll bring that volcano thing back down when the pyramid starts. Alright, and while we are standing here, let's get this ready for tonight. AWF is as far as this went. Okay. Now to split it into two different sections. Obviously, first part is the configuration for this week. Clear that out. Clear this out. Let me pull up the start menu crash. The Monday auto test is right here. And since I have not seen this one test, I am going to hard code this into the monitors as well. So that's joining all those other stations who we have not tested over the last several months. And I don't think I've seen KHRD go, or results, whatever. Alright. So, it does look like Results Radio has indeed returned with their automated test. So that is great news. And I am not accepting that because that, remember, is an internal test, not automated in any way. It's just ensuring that that DAS deck encoder is correctly working. So we're not going to accept it. As a result, we're going to make sure to keep the charge of our power cord together with the device. All right. So as I continue piecing stuff together, There have been a ton of oddities in today's severe weather event, and I'm definitely not lying at all. All right. Well, it looks like it's been quiet with Montana for a while. Although it looks like I think that's it. So after I get these put in, I'm gonna officially finalize this. And I do understand that I've been talking about what my plans are for this week for quite a while. So, once again, here's how the week is. So, now with the updated, information about the. Oh, wait, that's 4 p.m. 3:58, 3:53. What was the time on this? That's 4:11. Alright. 4. Alright, I still got one more long video to put in here. And that will be the end of it after that. So, now once again, as you all know, my plan is this week to begin putting together the final episode of Nostalgia Paradise. I am set to begin taping on it as early. I am set to begin it tomorrow. Since next week is finals week for the college itself, I've actually already had my finals week. My finals week, remember, was last week. So that's all done. So everything for college for me is pretty much done. So that's it. I don't have to worry about college for a little while. But of course, as much as I hate to say it, I'm going to be back sooner than sooner than thought previously. And it's because since we're in the home stretch of college, well, my time at college in this case, I feel like this would be a perfect opportunity to take care of that last because I haven't done a complete math course, in a while. So that's going to be some time to get me reintroduced to that. And since the only convenient time is the summer, yeah, and since the only convenient time available is the summer, why don't we go ahead and talk now about how the summer's gonna go. But that's gonna be after I get these last two things in their places. So 39, 8, 12 would be 7, 11 would be 6, so that's 507. No, do not undo anything. There we go. All right. KDKA, amplify theme. All right. Since this is approaching an hour, I'm going to go ahead and add the opening and closing sequences to it. Same thing, the very beginning. Oh no, it won't open. That's right. All right. So here's the plan for the summer. Well, actually, plan for the summer. Well, actually, for the week and going forward. So, as I've said, tomorrow I'm looking to start recording footage for the Nostalgia Paradise finale. And with tomorrow's risk being a marginal, I don't think we're going to get much. But I am pretty sure that because of how large that marginal is, I think we're going to get a small, slight risk. Maybe the day two they might put a marginal down, but again, we will see. Again, we will find out as we go through the day tomorrow. So what I'll do tomorrow is I'll play catch up, then bring up my old PC, so that I can start recording the footage for the episode. Now, I'm going to try to do as much as I can. Try to do as much footage as I can. Now, I don't want to deal with the Vostro yet, because I'm not ready to retire it. So, I will deal with the Vostro at a later time. Then I'll deal with the Vostro at a later. Again, I'll deal with the Vostro at a later time. So the plan is. So again, I'll record Nostalgia tomorrow, and then we'll do Minecraft. And then Tuesday, I don't know what we're gonna do, but I realized that Flipside was brand new on Friday. I was originally going to do it on Saturday, but I didn't. Because of my father. Meaning he's not feeling well. And so am I. So I'll take care of Flipside during my lunch break on Monday. I'll take care of that then. And then, of course, later on I'll bring out my solid state drives, and I'll update the installation USB to 24H2 before I install it on that Inspiron. And I'll keep its original hard drive up here. But to me, it's sort of like a backup of all the data that was previously on there. And then when we get to, and then of course I'll just go through the process of installing drivers, and I'll just go through the process of installing drivers and things like that. And if we have to keep that process going into tomorrow, into the next day, well, I'm sure the process will go into the next day, because Microsoft then will be pushing out our monthly security update for May for Windows 10 and Windows 11. Now, usually on Tuesdays, on Patch Tuesday, they usually take their sweet ass time to get these updates out. So it's usually not till like 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, somewhere in the afternoon, that they finally get the security updates out. Yeah, that they get. I think the updates might have been paused. No. I'm just gonna stop the updates for another week, so that way. But then I will choose when to install the update. In fact, since I'll be using all 3 of these laptops on Tuesday night, going to Wednesday, by then the security update will have already been out. So these 3 laptops, the 2 Dells and the HP, will be the first machines to have the update applied for Windows 10 and then 11, 23, and 24 H2. So those 3 laptops I just mentioned, those are going to be the first ones that will receive the security update. and then I will perform updates on the other devices manually. Then I'll do updates on the other devices manually. And because Microsoft is still saying that the 24H2 update is optional but will soon be mandatory, I am going to eventually take their offer and install the 24, soon buy it and then install the 24H2 feature update and then delete 23H2 because Microsoft will not be making any more, because Microsoft will no longer be providing any updates for it. So I will have to get this off of 23H2 at my earliest convenience. Now, Wednesday will not be an optimal day because of the weeklies, of course. So what I was thinking is on Friday, and because of the threat of severe weather here on Thursday, on Friday, that is when I will apply the updates to the remaining PCs. That includes my main desktop computer, my Vostro on Windows 10 Pro, and then my ThinkPad, which is running Windows 11 Pro. And then I will update the Insider machine to 24H2. And I will update the Insider machine when I restart the monitors, put in the Saturday test monitors. By that point, I will then do some additional maintenance with it, such as disable some processes to save memory, try to see if I can get that remote. That should fix the remote desktop client. It should have it reinstalled after I apply the update. At least that's what I hope, because there must have been some components for the remote desktop that were introduced within 24H2, but then it removed them when I rolled back to 23. So maybe if I re-update it to 24H2, that'll fix the problem. At least that's what I hope. So we will see what happens. Yeah, we're going to see what ends up happening here. Here and now. So, now, I think you all know what it's time for. So let me get the Monday test started. And now, it's time for the $100,000 pyramid on ABC. Well, it seems like they're far into whatever movie they're watching, so that's alright. We'll watch the pyramid right up here. All right. Oh, oh. Okay. The pyramid is on another break. Just took some more. Benadryl. Hopefully this will. Hopefully this will resolve the the problem I've been having for the past few days. And now the pyramid's back. $10,500 for her, and if she makes it back to the winner's circle, she'll play for $100,000. We'll see if she can do it after it comes back from commercial. And I have been thinking about if there are any Bubble Guppies EAS scenarios out there, and I had just found one. I just found one.
It is advised.
Yeah, this isn't the best I can tell. It's absolutely crap quality. It looks like you're just using font samples from like Clipchamp or something. And a lot of this info is completely, and a lot of these screens are completely inaccurate. what a cheap, what a cheap thing. I mean, I used to use the Siglet font in a lot of my videos, but then I switched over to Clipchamp, and then this is the result now. The result now from the Downers Grove intro. I love that. This thing is literal trash because administrative is literally misspelled. It's literally misspelled. And rim as and administrative. God. All right, we are wrapping up the pyramid. So I'm gonna let the marine warning go through, and then we will get ready to wrap this up here tonight. So I'm gonna let the marine warning go through, and then we will wrap this up. And while that round of the pyramid was wrapping up, my mother was talking to me about some things I could do. With my nose if I still don't feel well in the morning when I wake up tomorrow. I told her about the Velvetas that I've been having. I told her about the Velvetas I've been having, and the that medicine only take it every 6 hours. And she also said that will take the place of my usual Allegra. So All right. So there is the end of that, but I'm going to keep that list open here. All right, let's get Cleveland Odyssey going now, because we are getting to that time. And let's get back to that. And it's now that I finally decided to start going crazy and finding footage on the craziest 4th of July fireworks spectacular in the nation. That being Nashville. Yeah, that being Nashville. Okay. That then will start the Monday video officially. I could have ended that other one there, but we're going by how we usually do it. So after the first part of Cleveland Odyssey, I will render the Sunday stuff, and I will get that up for you all. So give me just looks like they're getting ready to. So we're going to go ahead and take one final commercial break, and then when we come back, we will talk about this week, and then we will wrap things up. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are just about to wrap things up here on this Mother's Day. I sure hope you all had a wonderful Mother's Day today, as much as I had. I'm going to keep that going. I'm going to keep this running for about another minute. I think it went already. Okay. So, we're getting Cleveland Odyssey, and then I will start rendering the stuff from today. All the weeklies and stuff. So, as they said, as MVG said, Definition After Dark is off this week. So it won't come back until next Sunday night, where I'll be in the Lawn of Oaks by then. Now, as for Monopoly and the Barry and Enright Cup, they were going to get to it, but I'm thinking there's a few reasons why they didn't even do a stream at all, other than that last week. The first reason is probably because everybody in the server is doing, might be taking care of final exams for college, like I did, or maybe just studying for it. And the second reason is since they're getting close to the 200 to their 200th stream. To their 200th stream. I am pretty sure that they're making plans. How they're going to plan out. How they're going to plan out the remaining 4 before the big 200. So I was thinking maybe they'll do 2 episodes of Monopoly this week, or 1 episode of Monopoly, and then finish up, or just do it all in the week. Or just do 9/11 of Definition After Dark, and then do episode 200, stream 200 on Monday, then the Monopoly, a day after that. Because, I really would like to see that all done, by the end of June. That's at least what I'm hoping. So, anyway, now, once again, for this week going to next week. Tomorrow, as I said, I am looking to I'm looking to start getting the footage for the Nostalgia Paradise finale. The final episode of Nostalgia Paradise. I'm looking to get started with getting the footage for that episode in particular. So, particularly, I'll start with the first piece of footage, and then that's for Monday. And then we'll be doing our Minecraft show Monday night. Tuesday, I don't know what we're gonna do. Not sure what I'm gonna do on Tuesday. I don't know what I'm gonna get done. But my mother was telling me that if I end up getting drowsy from, after I wake up tomorrow, I may have to possibly take a nap during the day. So if that ends up being the case, then I may end up recording the nostalgia footage to the following day, that being Tuesday. By then, the security updates will already be out. So we'll see how tomorrow plays out. And whatever I don't finish of the nostalgia footage tomorrow will carry over to Tuesday. Now, I'm going to wait till my voice gets better before I go on and start recording voice lines. Because, I don't think this tone would be the most optimal when it comes to recording voice lines, because I've done a majority of the voice lines already. So I'll probably just use a majority of those voice lines as placeholders until my voice gets better, where then I can record the final product, where I can then record the final script and get those voice lines in their place, in its place. Yeah, let's say in its place. So, um, so that's for Tuesday, and of course we'll do Roblox on Tuesday. We'll also follow along to the game of the Cincinnati Reds and the White Sox. And then Wednesday night, Wednesday, of course, we'll do the weeklies, and then the White Sox game. By Tuesday night, when we do Verizon Mania or anything like that, or during the weekly test show on Wednesday, by then Microsoft would have already pushed out the security update for May. We've already pushed out the pushed out the security patches for May, which will roll out on the 13th. So Tuesday the 13th is when we're going to get our security patches for Windows. So during Verizon Mania on Tuesday night, or during the weekly test Wednesday show the following day, my Inspiron 7506, my Windows 11 HP, and my XPS will be the first PCs to receive the May security update. Will be the first to receive the update. And then I was going to update the other PCs on Thursday, but I'm not going to do that because we have a threat of severe weather locally here. Right now, we're currently at a 15% probability for severe weather, but I'm pretty sure that on Tuesday we're going to receive the final category for severe weather, and what will sort of we'll get our category of severe weather. I wouldn't say final, because they're going to keep changing it. As we go from day 3 to day 2, and then day 2 to day 1, and so on, and so forth. So, and then the Sox are supposed to play on Thursday afternoon. So, I don't know what we're going to do about things. So, we'll probably do backyard baseball. We'll try to do backyard baseball before the severe weather event kind of gets underway. Probably right after the White Sox game. It depends on when the severe weather event actually begins. We currently don't have a set timestamp for that yet, but I'm sure we're going to get info on that as we get closer. As that event gets closer to it actually starting. And then Friday, I plan to update the remaining PC. And then Friday, I plan to update the remaining PCs. The remaining machines. My main desktop computer, I'll buy the security patch later that night, probably right after we go off the air. And then I'll also update the Insider machine too, as and actually, as for the network on Friday night, we'll actually go ahead and sign both networks, both stations off together. We'll sign both stations off together, and I'll apply both updates at the same time. So my Insider machine, I'm going to update that to 24H2. And then after it's done, I'm just going to clear 23H2 manually. Because as I've talked about already, Microsoft is no longer making Insider Preview updates for 23H2 of Windows 11. sort of the in some way the beginning of the death sequence. Yeah, in some way, sort of the beginning of the death sequence. 23 H2. You know, as it gets closer to end of support. So then, and in addition to those two machines, I'll be updating my other two computers. The Vostro on Windows 10, my ThinkPad on Windows 11, and also this week too, I'll need to find some time to also. And I'll probably do it on. I'll probably do it on Friday as well, and that is to update my Dell Inspiron 5520 laptop along with all the others, as well as carry over the updated WPLD information and soundtrack to match the two. So that way then that computer will be reliable, you know, for operating while we're away from, you know, while we're in a lot of Oaks. So let's see what ends up happening this time around. So I'm looking forward to seeing what ends up happening. And speaking of a lot of Oaks, that Saturday we'll be taking the day off while we make the move. We'll probably do a fun night stream on Saturday night if the Sox are playing that. I'm sure they are. Same thing will hold true on Sunday. And I'll be from there watching the AFV Grand Prize finale. And then that will really be it, you know, in terms of anything else. So we will start Ticket to Ride at 9 o'clock, or we'll do a fun night stream after AFV finishes. Monday of that week, we'll do our usual Minecraft show at 4. Roblox will be the same story. The following Wednesday, there will be no weekly test stream, of course. Thursday, we'll do our backyard baseball show, and Friday, we could do a fun night stream. I'll think about it. Saturday, we'll see what we can do. Sunday, I don't know what the plan is. And then somewhere around next week, somewhere around the week after, we don't know what the plan is, but we'll keep you appraised as we find out further. And then when we get back here to the studio, everything will be back to normal. The 31st, I'm still deciding as to whether we'll just do the info center all day or we'll take the day off. So we can go to the Rochelle Railroad Days. So I'm thinking we'll probably just take the day off. That's what I'm thinking right now, is we'll take the day off on the 31st. And as I decide further, I will, of course, keep, again, just like I said, I'll keep you all updated, you know, as I decide, make my decisions further. And then Sunday, we'll be back with Wait Till Tommy. And then Monday is probably when all the summer stuff will start. If not that week, it'll be next week then, the week after. Where then, for the summer, the plan's going to go a little like this. Monday will be my part-time job. And that will be Monday, Wednesday will be my part-time job. So that will mean you'll get 2 episodes of the Downers Grove Roofing series beginning that week. I'm looking forward to it. Tuesday and Thursday will be my math class for college, taking a summer course. It's only 8 weeks, so I'll probably only have to deal with it for 8 weeks. So I guess we're okay with 8 weeks. And so that's going to go throughout the whole summer. And then, of course, Friday I'll have the day off, so I'll probably spend Friday just updating nostalgia and everything like that. And then of course I will adjust the automations on my phone accordingly to accommodate for the new live stream format that I'm looking to try. So we'll see how the live stream format plays out for Downers Grove Season 3. We want to try it. I want to give it a try. And we'll see what ends up happening. If it goes out well, we'll keep doing it. If not, we'll go back to the old way of just making a compilation out of everything that I've gotten. So that'll be for the whole summer, and then as for everything else, we'll see how far that will take us. So, with that said, I think that is going to wrap things up, and the Sunday video is done. I'm going to go ahead and get that uploaded for you all right now. Okay. Alright. So, in about 10-15 minutes or so, if not less, that video should be up and ready for you all. So, we'll see how it all goes as we go into the latter half of the week. So, with that said, that is going to do it for us here tonight. So, I want to thank you all so much for joining us here today. We hope you enjoyed it. And although we didn't really get to do much, I'm still debating as to whether I'll do the songs or not. But I'll probably wait on that. I don't know if I'll probably wait on it until later. I don't know. I haven't decided. But of course, I'll think about it. I'll think about it further, as we get closer. So, with that, that's it. So we'll be back with you tomorrow afternoon at 4 when we do our Minecraft show. And I was thinking maybe we might hold off on the overpasses so we can work on the freeways. I was thinking about working on the other freeways next. So I was thinking we're going to do that, and then we'll work on the overpasses. So that's what I was thinking. But again, that's currently a tentative plan, but I will decide my final verdict, tomorrow when we get started. So, we hope you'll join us for that. But until then, from all of us here at Plainfield TV and Highland Now, hope you all had a wonderful Mother's Day, and we bid you all good night.